All right, good morning, everyone. Today is July 31st, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. It's being conducted in Albany today. President Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Roberts, Acting Counsel Curring, and myself, Secretary to the Authority, Don Egan. The next meetings of the authority are going to be August 20th, which is a Tuesday, so there is almost a 3-week break between this meeting and the next. Then September 4th and September 18th. The August 20th meeting will be held in Albany, but it will be held upstairs in our offices on the 9th floor. For those of you at the April meetings, that's going to be the same setup we had back then. You will call items first in Albany, or actually Buffalo, then Albany, then starting at 11 o'clock. As soon as we're done after that with the Albany calendar from New York City. As your item is called, please approach the podium. Please state your name clearly for the record. And if you have any cell phones, please turn them off. If you can take a call, please go outside. Chairman, do you have any announcements before we get going?
No.
All right. First item in Buffalo is 1542 Four Brothers, Inc.
Good morning, members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm the attorney for Four Brothers, Inc. I'm joined here by Ghassan Mohammed, the licensee. And we're here because Mr. Mohammed has applied for a grocery store license at a small gas station convenience store in the Buffalo area.
So my first question is, does he have any relation with the previous owner other than purchasing it?
He does. Waleed Mohammed is the brother of my client, Ghassan Mohammed. The previous licensee will have no ownership, no interest, will not work at the store. He's currently working at a factory in Orchard Park, a suburb about 25-30 minutes south of Buffalo. No relationship, or
Buffalo's back online. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're all frozen though, is the problem right now.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to need everybody to disconnect. And call back in. We'll see what happens.
All
All
right.
right?
Ending the call.
All right. I'm going to have to get you've got too many frozen screens up there.
Seems like Buffalo's there.
No, we have two screens for Buffalo. And now they're both frozen. All right, so everybody just hold on for a second, and we'll get right back to you. Buffalo, New York, if you can hear us, we're just having our IT unit come to check out what's going on. We'll just pause proceedings at this point.
Eyes crooked.
Okay, I still have 2 frozen Albany screens.
Michelle,
Yes?
we know everything's all frozen. We've got IT trying to check into it.
Do you want me to stay signed on?
Just don't do anything until we tell you. Just leave it
Okay.
signed on.
Tom, it's still locked up?
No, ours is moving. There's this.
Thompson Steamer.
I know we're
Would you stay there?
Don't stomp it around for these people.
Right.
Buffalo, can you hear me?
Buffalo can hear you.
Meeting too many people on.
Just too many people on?
Michelle, did you move the camera? Did somebody move the camera up to Buffalo?
No, why? What's the, is there a problem? Is it too low or something?
No, it's just a wider view than we usually get, that's all.
You
Leave
want
it
me
be.
to tighten it up?
No, just leave it be.
Okay. Okay.
Buffalo, you can mute your mic too for. New York, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What about Buffalo?
Buffalo can hear you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
All right. We're going to hopefully resume with the meeting. We're going to go back to Buffalo. For item 1542, Four Brothers 8.
he was the manager for his brother, correct?
He was the manager and worked there for a number of years. That's correct.
And the brother's license was revoked.
That's right. There was revocation and bond, and I believe when I was looking through the history that it was tied primarily to the fact that there was a prescription on another license he had at another gas station in a different location.
Well, he had some sales to minor. He had or a false material statement, and the brother loaning him $50,000 for this.
He is, yes. Well, it's payable through a note. That yes.
And he already bought it?
He's operating the grocery store right now, not selling any beer. Yes.
Can I take a moment?
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council regarding item 1542.
Where's the brother work now?
At a factory about 30 minutes south of where the store is located.
Does he live with his brother?
No.
Does
And
he
I
have?
think it's. I apologize.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's important to note that in the issues that surrounded the prior licensees' license and operation of the store, Ghassan Muhammad, my client, was not involved in any of those incidents whatsoever.
Did he work at that other location?
Not at the other location, no, just at the store where he's seeking a license at now, at the gas station.
So he was a manager here when the sale to minor happened in 2015.
That's correct. And as a result, he's now has purchased a scanner and has a policy with himself and all of his staff that anyone who appears to be under 50 will be ID'd, no questions asked.
Okay. All right. And he's managing on site.
I apologize?
He's managing on site.
Yes, yes. Mr. Muhammad is in the store. He's a constant presence in the store.
I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
Member Bradley.
I'll vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo.
There's no other matters in Buffalo.
All right, thank you.
Bye, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Bye.
All right, we're going to move to Albany. First item is 1592F. It's a request for declaratory ruling regarding the application of the 200-foot law on a location at 1618 Allen Street in Manhattan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein. We have filed a request for a declaratory ruling regarding the property that Secretary Donahue mentioned. We submitted a detailed letter with exhibits. In short, this building historically has been used for retail use since the 1930s. The original C of O at that time provided for retail use on the ground floor. It was acquired by a Buddhist church. We don't know exactly when, probably sometime before 2015. And at that time, the temple, as the owner of the property, filed with the Department of Buildings to amend their certificate of occupancy. Actually, the first amendment was before that, was in 1988. And we've attached that. That amended certificate of occupancy changed just stores to retail stores on the ground floor and provided for church use on the upper floors. Then when the temple acquired the building, they sort of shrouded it in scaffolding. So at the time my client was working on its project, which is a hotel that's a block away, we did not know that this temple was going to be there. And we had an area survey done and it didn't even come up. When they reopened, I think in 2017, they only occupy the second and third floors. So you walk in on Allen Street, there's a door, there's a hallway, a stairs. stairs and elevators that go up. What's critical, though, is that there are 3 other spaces, one on Allen, another on the corner of Allen and Canal, and the other on Canal, that are zoned for retail use. If you look at the all-one filing, and I apologize for the blurred photos, copies, but that's all we were able to obtain, of the Temple's filings with Department of Building, and they're all one, you will see that they designate these as retail stores 1, retail store 2, and retail store 3.
Are they occupied now?
They are not currently occupied. They do not have any interior access to the portion of the building that the temple uses. They each have a door with direct access to the street. At least one of them has a bathroom. There are 3 self-contained retail stores.
Have they ever, to your knowledge, been occupied?
They have been occupied before the temple did the renovation. One was a grocery market. I think there may have been a pizza store there. There was an awning with a pizza store. I'm not certain if it opened. It has been used for retail use for many years. In fact, the temple does not even claim a full tax exemption on the building. They are only claiming a partial exemption for years. And that is typically what happens when they are not using the entire building for religious and church uses, which is the case here. We also know that, and the current C of O provides for use group 6 for those stores. It does not permit church use for those 3 retail spaces.
All right.
You ready to go ahead?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
It's clear that this is not space used by the temple, and so I should say that anyone located within 200 feet is not barred by 200 feet. Thanks for being thorough, but I don't think this is even close.
Considering how much money we're spending in the hotel, we need to be pretty sure.
Of course, that makes sense.
Proof. I agree with Commissioner Fan.
Thank you.
Next item in Albany, 1539, Family Biz LLC. Could you name some the record, please?
Joyce Skolansky, owner of Family Biz.
Bill Lockwood, son.
You're the son who's the landlord?
No,
Or there's another son?
that's my middle son.
I see. Then that son is still in Connecticut?
No.
Where does he go?
He lives in New York.
No, not New York.
No, he didn't live
Wow.
He went to
In
Long
there.
Island.
Waterport.
Hmm?
Huh?
He still owns the building, but went to Long Island.
Right. I've been running the business. And my son here is in technology, and he helps me with all the records and reports and because I have, as I told in the first meeting, we have paychecks, we have a POS system, so we're controlling everything.
So you've been open since
May 25th.
of 2018,
Mhm.
and no problem.
No, what our problem is what the application states. During the last meeting, they asked us, would you mind if you closed at 11? Well, I said, no.
Well, I think that was because of the history of the place.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so. But now, all the three other restaurants around us are open till 2 or 3.
Right.
And what happened, I'll give you an incident. There's a film crew that came, and they came into the restaurant, and they were having, a good time. And what happened was, of course, when we got close to 11, we had to ask them to leave, and they went to another restaurant. And so, the tourists, when they come, they don't always, they everything. So
Are you guys in Olcott's right up on the Lake Ontario shore?
Right.
You guys,
it's a tourist
are you
town.
Niagara County or Orleans?
Niagara.
You're Niagara, so that's 4 a.m. closing.
What?
Niagara's 4 a.m. closing anyway, isn't it?
It's 3 on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, that's-
2 during the week.
That's what I thought.
All right.
And then the other thing is to try to, again, to bring, there's been flooding up there, they close the town beach, and it's a tourist, it's hard, so to get some more people. Then we'd like to do a little live music inside the restaurant, maybe, 2 or 3 piece band or something like that, nothing big, no rock and roll concerts.
So the only question I had is the diagram. You want to have dancing, but I don't. Where are you going to do the dancing?
No, I don't mean dance. I mean someone just getting up and just, I don't mean dancing.
Yeah.
Oh, so no dance floor, but you don't
No.
want to get ticketed
No
in case
dance
someone
floor.
gets up and moves around.
That's really
Yeah.
what.
Okay. All right, I'm ready.
We don't want people having too much fun.
Commissioner Fan?
Given the history here, I will be comfortable with going to 2 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, midnight during the week. Live jazz, acoustic live music. And no dancing.
I didn't hear that last part. What?
She said no dancing.
Well, yeah, no.
I thought you said you wanted.
Can I? Yeah. Can I
I said
ask?
1 or 2 people get up and just, get carried away by the music.
She doesn't want to get a ticket.
Yeah. Can I, yeah.
No
Can I
dance
get
floor.
clarification on that?
No dancing's no dancing.
Yeah, and that's
we,
what.
we got to vote. So.
Okay.
I'm okay with everything Commissioner Fan said, but I would allow dancing. The place isn't that big. How rowdy can it get? And you only have
What do you know
It's a
the history?
family.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, but I think that at this point,
It became
that wasn't under. No, is it? No.
it's under her son.
I'm still okay with it. I think you understand where we're at.
Yes.
So we've only got a couple weeks left of the summer.
I know.
Yeah, I'm going to let everything go, but I'm not going to allow the dancing. Only, if you come back in a year, I will, and you don't have another problem, but this was not the type of place previously that we were told it was going to be.
This is
I know, and if you prove to me another year that you've gone that, I'll do the dancing, but we do have to keep it to a dull roar for now.
All right.
But everything else that
That's
she
all right.
agreed with, I will go with.
You all set then?
Yes.
How soon can they commence operating a business?
Yeah, we don't have any dates.
Now.
Every day matters.
So now.
If you're okay with that, and then there'll be a follow-up,
Yeah, you can do it tonight.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So just so I'm clear, 2 a.m. on the weekends, 12 p.m. on the weekdays.
12 a.m.
12
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
And weekend is Friday, Saturday.
And DJ and acoustic live music.
No DJ.
Oh, you didn't have a DJ?
No, just live jazz and acoustic live.
Okay.
No DJ. No dance.
Okay.
Recorded music is okay then? Okay.
Yes.
I'm just checking to see if we have items also signed in New York here. All right, next time I have is 1552 Bullseye TK LLC. Just so you know, for the others who have signed in, if anyone signed in also in New York, we're holding that to the end of the Albany calendar.
1552?
Yes.
Yeah. Just to make sure, is anyone here are in New York on Bullseye TK LLC? I didn't think so, but just all right.
No, there's no one here for that.
Go ahead and put your name on.
Good morning, Howard Buxton.
You are?
I'm Tal. Tal Khalif.
Okay.
We're here on behalf of Bullseye TKA located at 25 Noble Street in Brooklyn, New York. We're located in a old industrial building on Dead End Street, right on the Hudson River, with a parking lot across the street. I prepared a big summary of everything that we do. We're an indoor recreational expo, and here would be something. And wanted to do something to our business. We went before the community board, and they required us to receive a letter from the Milton Street Block Association in order to get our approval for a liquor license. We did so, and you all have a copy of that as one of the exhibits. I have a copy of it with me as well. I'd be happy to go through all the rest of the stuff. That was one of the requirements they required. They asked us to get that, plus to get the signatures of support from the local residents. We're not near any residential houses at all. And we received a letter from the head of the Block Association, as well as we got 50 of the local residents to sign. We had 800 people sign since Thursday. In support of us having a liquor license as well.
I don't have that.
Oh, I have a regular copy for it.
Well, did you submit it to the authority ahead of time?
We did.
When?
We used Resonator, which is a company that helps us get our liquor license.
They submitted stuff
They-
late.
They submitted it late.
They submitted things late to us. I had an email conversation with Ms. Harris about that.
I'm totally unaware, but I'm sorry. Is it okay?
There's a deadline, 2 p.m. on Friday.
So, and that remains to be seen anyway, because it was, I mean,
Is it okay if I bring up the letter?
No.
No, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm having trouble figuring out what the sublease situation is here. Who signed the original lease?
The original lease was signed by Mr. Khalif and myself.
And that's
It's
Howtall Axe LLC?
correct, yes.
And you're the sole owner of that?
No, we're partners in that business.
The two of you are, so then, who are you subleasing? Or
We're both sides TDA, which
Why?
is a bar. But we do a business. We have businesses together. We have several businesses together. We also do several businesses apart.
But so you're subsidized. The sublease is literally for 20% of what your original.
Correct.
Why?
He's renting the bar and restaurant area of the other portion of the business in order to operate the bar. Yeah.
Wait, say that again. So you're paying your original LLC, which is the Axe LLC,
Correct.
is paying almost $12,000 a month.
Correct.
Your subtenant, which is what you're trying to get the license for, is paying $2,000.
Correct.
Why?
Because the business, our primary business that I am in, is in the indoor axe throwing business. I have no interest at all in being in the bar business, food business, or any other business.
Well, you're here to get a liquor license.
He's here to get a liquor license. I'm here. I operate. I do operations for many of our businesses.
So you're not a partner in.
I am not a partner in this business.
In Bullseye.
That is correct. I'm a partner in Howtall LLC, the axe throwing club.
Yeah, but when
Well, how are you taking money out of this business?
Zero. I'm taking money out of the axe throwing part of the business, but not out of the
Well, you
bar.
can't. They're together. That's the point I'm making. You're separating the axe throwing in Bullseye from the liquor.
Correct. They're building separate companies.
No, they're two. That's two businesses. Right? Am I wrong here?
No, they have interior access.
But we're having two businesses, one licensed and one unlicensed, operate in the same space.
You can't do that.
That wasn't in the application.
No. It is clearly in the application because I picked it up, but it didn't make sense.
It's in the lease though, yeah.
We're subletting a portion of it to a bar restaurant.
Yeah, but those people are going to be able to walk back and forth between those two things. They're in the same
The
room.
insurance is covering the entire space for
Right, but you can't have two businesses in the same premise.
There's
that
a
has
law,
liquor
there's a
license.
law that prohibits a licensed bar from having access like that to an unlicensed, another business.
Where you just freely walk back and forth.
So you need, I don't know who gave you that advice, but it was bad advice. So I'm going to deny. I mean, you can do this, you just can't do it the way you're doing it.
Well, from what I understand, there are 7 other people that are all in the state of New York, and a lot of
No, this isn't about your business, though. It's about the way you're setting this up. You can't do it this way.
you can't.
You have to have the whole thing get the liquor
You
license.
need to be on the license too.
Even though it's separate business in the same
You
state,
use-
as long as
you
it's part of the
have
same address.
one business one licensee, one space.
Just because you separate it on paper doesn't mean it's separate in the eyes of the ABC law. It's not.
It's not.
All the
Even
other-
though it's operating as two separate,
You're in the same premise, so you can tell me you're operating as two separate businesses, but you're not. The people are going to be walking and be able to walk in. The premise is all licensed. So you can reapply, but you're going to have to fix the way your corporation is set up.
Commissioner Stan?
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
Can this just be sent back to licensing, or does
No, because he hasn't
Then
changed
it's
the
not an
corporation.
application.
The
we've already
lease,
got
everything.
9 months where we thought that we had to separate to get to here. We were told by the community board that the only thing that we needed in order to get our approval, the community board we were very clear with. They said, oh, you
Well, the community board doesn't apply the ABC law.
I understand.
In answer to your question, it's going to be a new applicant. There's going to be a new entity, so they would need a new board notice and everything else.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to, I have to vote tonight as well.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 1533, Kest Group LLC. Somebody, hold on for a second. Let me just make sure I got the
Future reference.
right. Hold on.
Your people should have picked up and denied it earlier.
Mr. Springer, you signed in for 1533?
I'm sorry. Good morning, John Springer for the licensee. This is a CMC some undisclosed principles. It's a $10,000 offer. Given the 10-year history of this restaurant, which is pretty good up until this point, I think it's a fair amount. I'd also point out that 3 of the 4 LLC members that are now the subject of a pending corporate change application, which has been filed, are on another New York City license already. The 4th was previously on a license. We came off it. So they're all, they're investors from Italy for the most part.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept.
Chairman Graham?
I thought it was low. I think it should be 15,000. I don't see this as a technical violation. They lied on the renewal on multiple occasions. Why wouldn't he change the renewal? You can't tell me that it was a mistake when he filed the renewal and he didn't put the people on it that he knew had purchased the business.
You can't put people, you can't use a renewal form to change your.
I'm not telling you he should have, but at that point when he filed the renewal, he knew he screwed up, and he didn't do anything.
Obviously, mistakes were made. And, that's why we made the offer.
Well, I mean that to me turned it from a mistake of ignorance to intentional. And why he would do it, I have no idea. But when you're filing a form that you know is inaccurate,
Yeah, when I use the word technical availing, I'm thinking about 4 cases that I've read where the courts have said that it's a technical availing unless you're doing it for a reason. you're trying to hide somebody who's a felon or a police officer or something like that.
And that's what I'm saying. He tried to hide it. Why, I don't know. But I don't really need to concern myself with that. But they voted to take it, so I'll take it.
Thank you.
All right, the next item, 1543, Zovi LLC.
Hello, my name is Deepal Shah on behalf of Zovi LLC. I have applied for a liquor license, so just here to see if you have any questions or concerns for me.
So you are currently working for Prudential?
Yes.
Are you going to keep working for Prudential?
Yes.
Who's going to run the liquor store?
Me and my husband, and we have a manager.
Does your husband own a liquor store now?
No.
Anyone in your family?
No.
Why is he not on the license?
Well, I wanted to apply because I wanted to own and manage it myself, and I work as a financial advisor, very flexible hours. It's not like a 9-to-5 job or anything.
But he's not actually part of your application.
Is he going to manage the store for you?
No, I'm going to hire a manager.
So what's he doing?
Just helping me with the paperwork and all, like just helping me set up. You know.
What made you want to be in the liquor business?
Well, I have worked with, right now it looked like a very lucrative place because it was an existing store, which closed, I think, in December or November, something around that line, and just wanted to, like, my husband is a business owner too, so just wanted to venture it myself and see, just experience that.
What business does he own?
He owns a hotel. It's called America's Best Value Inn. There's no liquor or anything served over there.
And your company knows you're doing this?
Yes. There is something like a OBA. We have to file outside business activity. I got my manager's approval and compliance officer's approval for that.
Okay. You have to, when and if you get a manager, you have to file a form with us to tell us who the manager is.
Yes, absolutely.
So when was the store closed here before?
I'm sorry?
You said that it was previously licensed Laughlin's Wine and Spirits.
Yeah.
When did that close again?
I think it was November or December. I don't know exact date when he surrendered the license, but the existing strip mall owner told us that it November or December.
Can you see that?
Yeah, so what was the name of it?
P. Laughlin's.
11/28/18. They closed.
You see that?
I'm going to vote to approve, but I'm going to ask for personal questionnaire for the husband as well. That's one of the conditions.
Do you want to see that before?
Oh, here it is.
It's
11/28.
Adam, let's see.
okay. Do you understand what she said?
We wanted to see the personal questionnaire, miss.
Yeah, from the
Your husband.
and also from the manager. And those are conditions of you actually getting the liquor store license.
Okay. Is so the outside business activity that I filed with my company, would that be acceptable?
No, for your husband. Your husband.
Personal question.
You filled out a personal questionnaire in your
Yes.
application.
Yes.
He has to do the
Do
same.
the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense then.
And you have to file with the manager too, wherever that is, when you finally get to know.
Once we know the answer.
All right, so I'll vote to approve on those grounds as well.
Thank
It's
you.
only 800 square foot.
So you'll get a letter telling you have to do that, and with other conditions, once you fulfill those, you can get your license.
Okay, thank you. Which is the personal question, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but there'll be other conditions too. There,
Okay.
pictures or whatever.
We're all set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're all set.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, the next item I have, I believe, is also appearances in New York City. It's item 1536, Route 82 Wine and Spirits, LLC. It's a request for reconsideration.
Martin Mailer is Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi is representing the applicant.
So you're in opposition?
So
No.
we're gonna go. You can go first, Mr. Mill.
I'm not in opposition. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't
No,
hear.
you have someone here in Albany who's in opposition.
But this is a recon, so you go first.
Oh, I do go first. Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, I have one of the two principals of this application standing next to me. This has been on. This is now the third time this is on. The first time it was on, it applied as a package store, a full liquor and wine off-premises licensee. That was rejected in the sense that the other stores, there was no public convenience and advantage served. What was interesting, the first time it was on, there were only two commissioners, the chairman and Commissioner Ford, and both of you went on about the applicant made a long presentation concerning the fact that they wanted to concentrate on wine. They didn't want the Yellowtails of this world. They had small batch. They had unique wines that were not in the area. They had New York wines. They were concentrating on working with local wineries, et cetera, actually local cider makers as well. But the overriding concern at the time was that it was going to be another liquor store, and there were 4 other liquor stores. And as you
I
indicated,
remember, Mr. Miller, and I read your stuff. I remember the case. The fact that we brought that up is only because all they did was dwell on the fact that they wanted to focus on wines. It doesn't mean we were saying you should have a wine store here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not suggesting anything at the moment. I'm just giving the history. Then the second time this was on, it was presented and is an off-premises wine licensee, and there was information given concerning that shopping center. What happened here was there was a long-standing liquor store in that shopping center. The A&P went bankrupt. The anchor left. There was a decline in the overall shopping center at the time, and then ShopRite took it over. And as I've shown in the material that I presented, there's been a renaissance of that shopping center to the degree of 15,000 people a week going to that shopping center. The records of ShopRite indicate increases dramatically in terms of people coming there, in terms of people in the area. And again, after that presentation, there was a 1-1 vote. The chairman voted no. Commissioner Pham voted that this made sense to her and that public convenience and advantage would be served by the addition of this store, given the fact that this shopping center has been rejuvenated. The purpose, well, I'm asking for reconsideration because Commissioner Ford was not present at that other meeting, and I submit that this is not a liquor store, that the closest liquor store that is in the area was there when the previous licensee was in that shopping center. They coexisted. I've given you supplemental material, I hope you got it, showing photos of not only the present shopping center, the one that we hope to be in, but the area that the closest store is in, and it lists itself as a discount liquor store. God bless him. Let him sell all the liquor he wants. Let him sell whatever it is that he's selling within the place, but we're not in competition with the man. This is an area that we feel deserves wines that are not in the area that will be promoted, including New York wines. There'll be presentations made by wineries. The two principals are highly they're highly educated in wines. They want to make presentations relating to wines, and they feel that there is definitely room for another wine shop in the area, of which the other stores basically concentrate on alcohol. On spirits. And if I may, I'd like the principal to give a more detailed explanation of what they plan to carry.
We're not going through that at this stage. If you have new information, I'll certainly take that, but he's not doing this whole presentation unless we vote to reconsider it.
Fair enough. So with that, I would ask if you're going to reconsider the matter.
Commissioner Pham?
I'm going to vote to deny this reconsideration only because it really is way too late. It came 4 months later than the deadline, and so I just procedurally can't allow it because then we create a lot of problems for a lot of other things we've done and people want to come back for reconsideration. But I would suggest you file a new application.
Commissioner Ford?
I was sick that day, so I wasn't here. But
that's okay, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Well, I did prepare for it, and I did go back through my notes that I had made for the day, and I looked there, and I was already of the. I was already leaning towards denying it anyway, so I haven't seen anything else that would make me change my mind at this point. So I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration.
Would you agree with Commissioner Pham that it would deny because it's untimely, or are you just denying it on
I'm denying it on the grounds that I don't see anything that would have changed my mind.
And I'm denying it on both grounds, that it's late and that I don't see anything Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't spend much of your time.
All right. Last item I have in Albany, and there's also appearances in New York, is item 1546, Rocky Point Liquor Court.
Sure, I have 16774. That's the serial.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm here in opposition to that.
And you're the applicants?
Yes, I'm the applicant.
Can you put your name on the record?
Yeah, my name is Charles Ostreet, and Chris, although he's going to work it, so.
Can you stop moving your papers, please? Okay, they get to go first, so you can stand there or have a seat, whatever you want to do. Go ahead.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman. I'm representing the three closest stores whose distances are 0.7 of a mile, 0.9 of a mile, and 1.8 miles from the proposed premises. All three of the clients I represent are on Route 25A, which is the same route that the applicant is on. Aside from these three closest stores that I represent, there are 8 stores within 3.7 miles, and there are 10 stores within 4.8 miles.
What are the name of the stores you represent?
The names of the stores I represent number one is, let me give you their corporate names or their DBA names. One is Rong Chen Liquors, Inc. One which is one is one is Little Barrel Cellars. Which is 0.7. Old Grape Cellar, which is 0.9. And Shoreham Wine and Spirits, which is doing business as We Wine and Liquor. They're the one that's 1.8.
What was the third one?
The third one is Shoreham Wine and Spirits.
Mr. Fogelman? We have We Wine and Liquor as the corporate name, doing business as just Wine and Spirits. It's in Shoreham.
All right. Well, I have a Google map which shows it's one.
I got it. All right. Go. Continue. Go ahead.
It's We Wine at 1.8.
Go ahead, Mr. Fogelman.
Thank you. The latest population figures I've obtained show a decrease in population of 7% from 2010 to 2017. My three clients are in strip malls with adequate parking, while the applicant store has 7 spots for his store, sharing with 2 other stores. My clients would like to introduce themselves and perhaps just make a little statement about why you don't think the store. And put your names on the record, please. Yeah, and what store you are?
My name is Jim Kelly. My store is Little Barrel Cellar.
How long have you been open?
We opened 7 months.
The Little Barrel has been open 7 months.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ben Zhong. I'm the liquor in the Sharon wine. So we just opened like a half year since January.
Third one?
Hi, I'm from Oak Bay Cellar. My name is Zero Wen. We've been there about 5 years now. And
anything less?
Yeah, I don't think we need another new liquor store in the area because, the people population gonna decrease, not the increase,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously.
Mr.
Obvious. Yes.
Little Barrel, when did they open? 7 months ago?
Little Barrel opened how long ago?
It's 9 months.
9 months ago.
This location wasn't previously licensed, was it?
Yeah, it was.
There was you bought a store. You're new, but there was a store there.
Yeah.
There were stores there. These are people who bought the stores.
Okay. And there used to be a store here at this location in Rocky Point?
Yes. Precise location that you're looking to.
In my presentation, I will explain. It's
All right, is that it, Mr. Fogelman?
Oh. Obviously the applicant will not be able to carry any product that these stores currently carry, and therefore we don't believe that the public convenience will be served by the addition of this store this close to these stores and the 10 other stores within 4.8 miles.
What about the fact that this place was licensed previously?
When the other
it wasn't licensed previously.
When was it licensed?
It wasn't. My mistake. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It's from the other store.
Hold on. There's one more gentleman here. In opposition.
Hello. My name is Mehrdad Vezela from Dynasty Wine and Liquor Store in Miller Place.
What's your
close
address?
to 725 Route 25A, Miller Place, close to Rocky Point. I have the figure of the 8 months, and everything comes down, and losing everything. With the concerning of the population and gross sale is not necessary to open the new one close that area.
Dynasty Wine and Spirits is, I believe, the fourth closest at 2.4 miles away, also on Route 25A.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, go ahead, guys.
All right. Let's see. Commissioners, first I will respond to Fulton's presentation, and then I will make a case for why you need to store.
Why don't you make a case for store first, and then if we need you to respond, we'll have you respond.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so we'll go straight to the proposed new store will be located in downtown Rocky Point. And it's the original business district of Rocky Point. It has sidewalks, street parking, and many people around there can walk to Main Street or bicycle. The downtown area has gone through some obstacles in the last couple of decades. Some of this was caused by the addition of the Rocky Point bypass. And I also have, I know I sent in a map, I don't know if it transferred well. I have hard copies here, if I may approach.
Sure.
It's the same map as Overman, just that I did it in a wide frame and color, and I emphasized the clusters. So, here you are.
Yeah. Mr. Fogelman, stop moving your papers around. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. So, within the last years, there have been improvements. The most important was the repaving of Main Street. There are new signs on Route 25A highlighting the business district. And as you can see from the map, I am on the white line, not the yellow. So the 25A is the bypass that goes through, and I am in the downtown area on the white line on the top there. And
that's still considered 25A though?
Well, it's North Country Road, but I guess it's 25A, both of them. One goes through town with traffic lights, one goes bypass just around the town. And yeah, the new signs and the new Main Street, and it looks beautiful. And this has increased traffic on Main Street. Several new businesses have opened. A new large 7-Eleven is almost ready to open right down the street from where I am. And there's several dozen businesses operating in the downtown area. It's a mix of retailers, restaurants, repair shops, and professional offices. Some of them are a CVS pharmacy, a Dunkin' Donuts, 3 food markets, a dry cleaner, a laundromat, half a dozen bars and restaurants, a barber, 3 beauty shops, 3 gas stations, and a funeral home, a hardware store, and Rocky Point Fire Department. And they also run the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which I attended, and that is a big spectacle in town on Main Street.
Additionally, there's also a 7-Eleven opening up.
Yeah, that I mentioned already. And then, as already stated, I found in the records that downtown Rocky Point had a liquor store on the corner of Main Street and Broadway from 1964 to the early 2000s. So it's not my location, but it's right down the road.
Additionally,
And the proposed store in downtown Rocky Point would help the neighborhood to shop local and supplement other local business. And the proposed location is located in a strip mall with parking in the front, a 7 spots, and I realize I share those, but the two other places there is a computer hospital and an insurance company, which I would think would need too much parking. And in the back, I guess, I don't know why the foreman didn't mention it, but you can very easily drive around back, and I have 10 spots there that are available for parking.
I see. I'm looking at your hand made map. You're saying there's a parking lot in front of your building there?
Yeah, there is in front of, there's 3 stores.
Are they street parking or is it?
Well, no, the street is here, so you have street parking, and then you go into the lot, and then there's 7 parkings right in front of the center.
Okay.
So there's even that I didn't mention, even that there is parking spot on the street, on Main Street, that you can park also. And yeah, to emphasize that again, that the we have also, compared to all the other places, are in big shopping malls, that even though you have disability parking, it's going to be pretty far from the location. At our place, the parking spots right outside the door, it's 3 feet, and then you're inside the door, and it's all flat, so that would be a plus compared to the other stores. And we also have hours. I researched some of the hours, but then we will have max hours for convenience for our neighborhood.
What's the school across the street?
Joseph Becker Intermediate School.
What's across the street? It's a gas station with beer sales and regular sales of all things.
It's like there's a junior high school, Joseph Edgar Intermediate School.
There are 2 schools. There's Egger Elementary School and Egger Intermediate School.
Yeah, I knew there was some schools there. To be honest, I wasn't sure where they were.
You know how far they are?
No, that I haven't looked into.
Wait. Well, we wouldn't, because we weren't notified that they were there. Yeah, that looks close.
Yeah, that I got a bit I don't have.
My client would like to verify that.
No, there's nothing he can verify first. So thank you.
Okay.
Would we do this from the parking lot, the measurement?
It goes from door to door.
We used to measure from the parking lot to where the parking lot meets the road or the sidewalk. What we've been doing probably for the last 10 years is treating the parking lot as a public thoroughfare and measuring from your door or sidewalk.
All right, we're going to have to put this over because it's got it. There's a law that says that you can't put a liquor store or a full on-premise retail license within 200 feet of a school or church.
Okay.
I'm not positive what that distance is, but we need to send somebody out to measure it because there's no discretion there. That we, if your door is within 200 feet of their door, it can't happen.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to put this over and put it on next. You guys should be able to do this by 3 weeks, right?
So it'll be on for August 20th.
So I'll come back.
You'll come back. You can either come back here,
okay,
or you can go to the New York City office. That's up to you.
Okay.
All right. But it'll be on for August 20th.
And you can call beforehand and find out what the result was, because if it's within 200 feet, there's no point in coming.
Yeah. But then what if that is okay?
Then you should come back.
Okay. Okay, and then we'll go through
Then
the
we'll
rest.
vote, yeah.
Because I have more like when it comes also to the population.
Yeah, no, you can do all that.
Yeah,
but
because that has.
Yeah, so if it's beyond 200 feet, or we find it's beyond 200 feet, come back and we can do all that. Mr. Fogelman, you obviously can come back. Your clients don't need to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for today.
So I'll be notified by letter.
You'll get a notification to show up again on the 20th. And as the chairman said, you want to touch base with licensing before then to see what happened with the measurement. Go ahead and do that.
So when I'm notified, I can contact them and they probably have a yes or no answer to
Yeah. Give them a couple of weeks, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
The next item.
She needs 2 minutes.
We're going to take a brief recess. Next is something you talked about, Chairman. We'll take a brief recess. All right, we are back on the record after a brief recess. Just to let everybody know, for New York, if you notice the screens are freezing, this is apparently a statewide issue with the broadband system. So the meeting is being recorded, and we can hear what you're saying, and hopefully you can hear what we're saying. But once in a while, the video will freeze up. All right, the next item, 1562, KDK Inc. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know we were done with Albany.
Are you guys opposition?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman, attorney for the applicant. The principal is with me. This is a restaurant wine application, which is before you because Manhattan Community Board 2 recommended that you deny this application.
All right, we've got some opposition there. You want to hear from this? Those in opposition could come up, introduce yourselves, and say what you need to say.
Yes. Hello. Catherine.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Everybody else.
Everybody else. Okay. Catherine Quinn. With the West Village Residents Association. I live around the block from this proposed establishment at 545 Hudson Street. I know that the commissioners are familiar with the information we've sent in, so I won't belabor any of those points. I will say that this applicant, who is, by all accounts, an excellent restaurateur, is a Trojan horse. It is clear from the record and from CB2's recitation, and I believe the Commissioner's memory that this landlord has been attempting to put in this cellar space a licensed premises since before 2012. I think it stretches credulity to believe that an entirely subterranean space such as this will become a neighborhood restaurant and be successful. I'd like to point out that Mr. Bookman's additional letter on dated July 25th has on the third paragraph a misleading statement. The building where the restaurant will be located is typical mixed use, long-standing commercial space on the ground floor, including licensed premises and residential upstairs. The C of O, which I believe you have in your packet, shows that there are 2 residential units on the ground floor. It occurs to me that when this application was resubmitted in January and February, the landlord could have believed that when the rent-stabilized tenant, Anita Lichtenstein, moved or was bought out, they could convert this space into her apartment, which is affected by this, into commercial space. Of course, the state legislature has changed that assumption. And this space, which will be 52 inches above the entrance to the proposed premises, will be, as far as we know, a rent-stabilized apartment till the end of time. Thank you.
Well, ma'am, wait, I want to ask you some questions, because this obviously was before us on a different type of business previously that we rejected. And based on what I can see of this business and what I know in New York, that many businesses like this don't have liquor licenses, have you ever considered the fact that this place is probably going to open anyway?
Yes. That's been the threat that's been made by the applicant, and I will say that it's a extraordinarily different to have a restaurant without any alcohol as opposed to having one where wine and beer is served and where it is set up as a bar. It's very difficult. I had great difficulty figuring out the floor plan that was part of the submission, but it appears that this is still set up primarily as a bar. And yes, it's a bar with wine and beer, but perhaps it is the expectation of the landlord in the fullness of time that the wine and beer would be converted to an OP. In any case, assuming it's never anything but a restaurant with a wine and beer license, that is still, and my neighbors will speak to this issue, it's still a dramatically different situation to have just food, where people would come and eat just food and leave, cold sober, to one where they will be served alcohol.
Okay. Ms. Quinn, can I ask you about the certificate of occupancy? Because I don't even see an approved use for the basement. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I must say I believe that there was an earlier temporary C of O that included approved use for a bar. Why it is that this current temporary C of O doesn't even mention the cellar, I can't speak to that. It is interesting, though. I asked the same question, but I don't have an answer.
It's not an approved use. Certainly can't license it.
All right, let the other people speak.
Sorry, and you mentioned that the applicant is a Trojan horse. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I believe that the landlord is clear from our experience and CB2's history that it's the landlord who has sought to put a licensed establishment in this space. He first came up with a lovely group of below-ground bar
But I
owners.
mean, ma'am, and I'll let you finish, but that's clearly the case. He clearly renovated the place for it to be a licensed premise, but how is that a Trojan horse?
Because I believe that the party in interest here is not the gentleman who's the applicant, and of course we have not. I have no window into the economics of his lease, but all of the heavy lifting here has been on the part of the landlord, who instead of accepting perhaps a lower rent from a non-alcohol serving tenant, has pushed very hard to put in place an alcohol serving tenant.
There's no question about that, but I'm not following why that's a Trojan horse.
Well, assuming that this ramen noodle restaurant, which is, to me, seems strange that it would be completely subterranean, I suggest that there's the possibility that this will not be a successful endeavor. And if, in fact...
That we don't worry about. That's the businessman's risk, not ours. All right. Can you let the other people speak then? Thank you.
Most definitely.
Hi, I'm Luann Gilliland. I'm the building manager for the building adjoining 535. That's 115 Charles Street. And I just wanted to follow up with Kate. But the location under application is totally inappropriate for a liquor license, given the planned entrance on a residential street like Charles Street, where basically foot traffic is at most 6 people on either side of the sidewalk at any given time, even when people are going to or coming from work. The entrance is located again directly below a residential apartment, and at 52 inches, no awning could be erected to block sound, to Anita's apartment or to the apartments above. And as you can see in the photo, which is part of your packet, I don't know which exhibit it is. I didn't send it. At any rate, it's in there, which shows the relationship between the bar entrance and 535 and 115 Charles Street. It's also extremely problematic for the residents of our building, especially those of us who sleep in the rooms facing on Charles Street, where we'd have to deal with not just foot traffic, but persons using our stoop for waiting or after dinner discussion. And with a liquor license, you'd have the same thing agreed with a restaurant, but you also have the addition of liquor, and which may affect the quality of the traffic. We already have people bringing their food and or drinks from the bakery on the corner and waiters from the Hudson Street restaurants taking their breaks on our stoop. And with the best will in the world for anybody who owns a restaurant, you can't control the people once they've left the restaurant or once before they get into the restaurant. Adding liquor adds people who may come out feeling a little bit better than we would like for somebody sitting on a stoop. And we would be bearing the brunt of the increased traffic and the lingering. And as again, it would be more, it's one thing with a restaurant, but again, it's, as Kate had said, it's more with wine and beer. And in terms of speaking to the idea, this place is, the main point is, this has never been licensed. And I think speaking to the whole Trojan horse idea is that this has never been a licensed space. It never existed as a space before 2012. And the wine and beer is a wedge. Because once you give it a wine and beer license, then we can no longer say that. That argument's been taken out. And again, we noticed that the owners of the building are making this a turnkey situation where they're building out the kitchen, so they will own it. I wish these guys the best of luck in being here for 20 years, but I just, in terms of if it changes, then you've got a situation where you're basically creating a restaurant space, or a club, and even the original paperwork for the application, as you've said, it's always been presented as a bar for the basement.
Is your central objection the fact that the stairs come out below a residence window, the entrance?
Well, that it comes out, it's on Charles Street, not on Hudson, and it's also very close to our stoop and our windows. I mean, there's also my neighbor is going to speak to the fans and whatever else in the backyard, but that's the main thing. It's just if it were on Hudson Street, it would be a completely different situation.
We don't need to hear about the fans or the air conditioning, because my belief is this is opening anyway, with us or without us. Mm-hmm. So you're getting the fans and the air conditioner whether you like it or not.
This is true. Just less drunken patrons would be. That
we will listen to. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, but that's basically what I'm concerned about. Is I have people already at 4 a.m. when other places end up. We have people sitting on the stoop talking, arguing, having quarrels in front of the building. And if you've got people exiting right out of the right next door, that's where they might end up. So I don't want to take any more of your time on that, but thank you for listening to me. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bernard Shore, 115 Charles Street. I don't want to belabor this, but I disagree that they're going to open anyway. They've had a year to get their act together.
All right. Thank you. Can you just tell us why you don't want it there?
Yeah, I sent in 4 really good pictures before and after of the courtyard. Unfortunately, I sent them in a little late. You don't have them in front of you. So I'll describe what that courtyard in the rear is. It's never been built on, ever. It's 8 feet wide at its widest. It's surrounded by, on 3 sides, by approximately 20 apartments. And these are all, brick buildings. Because of the courtyard effect and its so narrow, all noise gets magnified. You can hear everything down there. And the north end is open, but even the open end, there's apartments further down. So any noise in that courtyard is going to be magnified 10 times the way it normally is. I know that because my rear windows are right over the courtyard. In fact, my front window is just to the right, or just to the left of the entrance to the proposed establishment. So if you could actually see pictures of this courtyard, 8 feet wide at its widest, 3 sides surrounded by apartments with the noise magnified, never been built on, never a licensed establishment, you'd understand that this is just not appropriate.
All right, thank you.
One other thing, their back door is going to be an emergency exit only, which will enter into the courtyard. But as we all know, employees are going to take their breaks back there. They're going to smoke back there. And once they're out in that courtyard, the smoke rises and the noise is magnified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexander. I live in the same building as Luann and Bernie, and I've never tried this before, but I have worked for a developer in this city building AAA class built office buildings. Among them, One World Trade and Bank of America Tower, so I'm familiar with what it means to provide a tenant improvement allowance in order to develop a space so that they can move in. While I agree with everything that's been mentioned so far, I don't know if the fact that we're going to have trash littering our streets is of any concern to you. And I don't know if the fact that when I walked out last night at 2 a.m. to walk and to actually measure how many restaurants with liquor licenses were located in a 500-foot vicinity. I'm not sure if trash is an issue or livability is an issue, but I can tell you that there right now are 7 restaurants and bars with full liquor licenses within a 500-foot walkable distance.
That's why they're applying for a restaurant wine. It doesn't apply legally to that.
Okay. Well, then I think that if you approve this restaurant bar with the wine and alcohol license, then I think that you're turning the whole neighborhood into a food court. There are already 12 bars and restaurants with liquor and or wine and beer licenses. And if the whole purpose of the state liquor authority is to control and regulate
can you focus on how your life will be affected by this place should it get licensed? We understand what our obligations are.
Okay. Yes. There is going to be. I took pictures and I can send them in. Obviously, or I didn't get them in on time, but I was out at 9 p.m. last night and at 2 a.m. in the morning, and on both occasions there were trucks taking trash, putting it in back. Lights were blinding, and the noise was deafening. And I think that is just something we have to live with. That none of the people that drink their wine or their beer and that have their dinner are going to have to live with that. We have to live with that. I have to walk outside in the morning when I go to work, and I have to walk past bags of trash of restaurants, and they don't put their trash in a container to stop rodents from infesting our neighborhood like we do. We all put our trash in plastic containers. We hold our food in our apartments so that we don't attract rodents. And so I don't appreciate these restaurants coming in here and using our neighborhood, increasing our property taxes while we get nothing out of it, because we're not enjoying the meals there. We come home and we make dinner at home. Most of the people that are enjoying most of the patrons live outside of our neighborhood, and they don't care about the noise. They don't care about smoke buds littering the ground. They don't care about the recycling. They don't care about the waste. And they also don't care that there are 12 bars in our area. And I did repeat myself because I think it's a valid point. But, yeah, I think that the life quality is not going to be great for this is going to affect the life quality of the apartment directly above the apartments in the backyard. It's going to affect our stoop. It's going to affect every single neighbor on that block and in that neighborhood. And for what? Why can't they they could do anything else with that space? There's no economic reason why it needs to be a restaurant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Augustine Hope. I live one building over from the proposed premises at 543 Hudson Street. I've been a resident there with my family since 2004. I agree with all the points made previously. You want my own personal, how this is going to affect me personally. Well, how it's been affecting me for a decade or more is the problem with noise from that specific building, where they've allowed, the landlords have allowed rooftop parties that have gone on literally all night. They've installed vents that make it almost impossible to sit out and enjoy outside, which is shared by scores of people inside the donut. They've never responded to our complaints, and now they submit, Mr. Bookman submits the argument that they have checked all the boxes when it comes to CB2s and by inference are issues. They really haven't. They haven't addressed the issue of the access that is now there to our secure backyard. They haven't addressed the issue of the entrance that is a problem. They haven't addressed the problem of the rest of the vent noise. They haven't addressed the problem of the trash. They haven't addressed the problem of the narrow street, the incredibly narrow street, as narrow as 3 foot in some places, the sidewalk. This is obviously, as they've said at CB2, they're going to put in a restaurant there whether or not they have a license. So I suggest to them, do it without a license. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, hello again, members. I'd just like to make a few points. Some of them will be of my own and some in response to what's been raised by the opposition.
Mr. Bookman, is the licensee with you, or is that a manager?
No, that's the licensee. And he's a licensee of yours already, Commissioner. He has a place also in Manhattan, and Ramen noodle shop, beer and wine license. It's very clearly a restaurant, and he just wants to do another one of those.
Where is that location?
Tell him where you're.
129 2nd Avenue.
129 2nd Avenue. That's in the PQ. So I'm glad that you got to hear from the opposition. I also do hope that you read CB2's resolution, because what I think it reflects is concerns that are really more appropriately brought for an application that's subject to the 500-foot law. And of course, the members are aware of the history here. You denied an application at this very location in 2016, which was subject to the 500-foot law. And we've watched that presentation, and I think that the issues that were raised there and in the members in voting on that application at the time teach valuable lessons for how this application was put together. So the issue then in 2016 was first of all, it wasn't our application, and it had nothing to do with my client, but it was a bar operator, late night hours, not a neighborhood spot. There was no C of O at all at the time for that location. And so I think, and that was all on top of the CB's objection. So I think quite properly, you denied it. This does, we submit, check all of the boxes. This is a neighborhood spot. He already has a neighborhood spot. This is the second one. Beer and wine only, where it's really not even going to be a big percentage of his sales. We do have a CO now, and I'd like to address that point. And by the way, we're not the landlord, and we have nothing to do with the neighbors' issues that they have with the landlord, which seem to me to be legitimate, but that has nothing to do with us. So, yes, in 2016, when you had that prior applicant before you and they wanted to have a bar there, the landlord did get the C of O amended to be Use Group 6 Bar. And that was the TCO that was in place at the time we applied. We're not going to be a bar. And the landlord is doing some work here, and we are doing a great deal of work as well. If you look at our source of funds, our budget here, and we're putting a great deal of money into this. But the landlord is responsible for the TCO, which is often the case. And what the landlord is doing is getting that TCO amended so that instead of Use Group 6 Bar, it's Use Group 6 Eating and Drinking. I know there are some savvy people here who have the ability to read the current TCO that's on the DLB website. We did as well. We note that right now there is the current TCO that's in place doesn't have any commercial use whatsoever, not only for our space but for the other spaces in this building. And we asked the landlord why that was, and they said that they were doing some renovations to some of the residential units, and their architect had basically put in a TCO that just applied to those residential units. So I think the bottom line, though, is there was a TCO for Use Group 6. We're getting a TCO for Use Group 6, and we will have one as a condition of approval. And Mr. Booth, who was here in 2016, who's not here today, one of the things that he said in 2016 was, I understand there's no TCO now, there's no C of O now, maybe there will be one in the future. Well, 3 years later, we went to CB2, we showed him that, yes, we do have a C of O. And they recognize that in their papers, in their resolution. Just a few other points I want to mention. Mr. Chairman, your suspicion is and your instinct is correct. We are opening. The space is more than 80% complete. Like any construction, there had been delays, but we are near completion, and we do plan on opening. We are eager to open as soon as possible, and we will certainly be opening whether or not we have a license. So I think the real question here, and that was the question we put to CB2, was do we want to agree to stipulations or not? And this wasn't, by the way, this wasn't the type of CB denial where, we couldn't come to an agreement on hours or certain things like that. CB2 just basically said under no circumstances would we approve you here. So we are willing today, as I stand here today and with my client's support, we are willing to agree to, as a sign of good faith, to the same stipulations with you that we had offered the community board. We're not asking for anything later than we asked the community board, and they are early hours, closing at 10:30. That's restaurant hours. We also had agreed with the community board to have a smaller occupancy, essentially. I mean, you look at the number of tables and chairs we have, it's a very small space to begin with, and we agreed to have even less. We're still willing to do that with you today. So this the last few little points. If you look at his resume, and I don't think there's any question about this, but there was a comment about drunken patrons. We don't have drunken patrons. It's a ramen noodle restaurant with beer and wine only. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but my bottom line submission is that there really is a lack of good cause to deny this restaurant wine license, particularly with if you give us the same restrictions that we were willing to agree with the community board to.
The big issue, maybe not the big issue, one of the issues is the staircase. Is there any possibility that could be constructed to Hudson Street?
Unfortunately,
there's a suggestion. I don't remember where it's located.
I'm sorry, the audio was a little choppy. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Commissioner Ford. Unfortunately, not. The way the space was designed was the way we took it. We're now well through construction. That staircase is the only way to get to the premises, which is legal as far as the city of New York is concerned for the use that we're asking for.
What's the hours? What are the hours that you suggested to the community board?
Yes, and that's what I was about to say, Mr. Chairman, is that there are concessions here. I mean, so what we suggested is 10:30, 7 days a week. That's a real ramen noodle shop type of hours. Without alcohol, we would need to extend further than that to make up for the difference. But 10:30 is something that we were willing to live with when we went to the CB, and we're willing to live with today, even though the CB rejected us.
You guys have any questions? No. Okay.
Ready to go?
Yep.
So I wasn't here in 2016. Trying to make up my own
Believe me,
mind.
it doesn't bind me either. And I said,
I hate to say it, but I am going to deny this one. I do think that I have good cause because this space has never been licensed before, is in the basement of a residential building. You have really, really strong protests from your direct neighbors. These are not people that are just part of the community board and don't want restaurants. These are people that are living right next to you, and I think that it's very important that we listen to them. As of right now, I don't see allowable use from DOB. And your space is not accessible per ADA compliance. So
That's not correct. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you while you're voting, but
Mr. Bookman, don't interrupt.
There's a reason why your client is taking this space, as the neighbors have said. I mean, there are at least 20 to 25 empty storefronts on Christopher Street, which is already assigned for commercial use, and you're not going there. You're going to a basement of a residential building where people live. And I just don't think that's fair to the community. So for that, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford, you know, I saw the chair and I were quoted here from a previous decision. You're right, Commissioner Fan. You were not here before. It was just the two of us. But anyway, as soon as I looked at the picture of the staircase, it all came back to me, and I remember denying this. And, you know, for the same reason, I'm going to deny it today. I just don't think it's fair to the people who live there. So I vote to deny.
Chairman Brown.
I'm going to vote to approve only because I think the Department of Buildings, it's an issue that they didn't deal with properly. I don't think this is an appropriate space, but they zoned it as that, and I don't believe I have good cause because of that to deny a restaurant wine license here. But I think that even a restaurant without liquor is not appropriate here, but they have, in their infinite wisdom, decided that it is. So, but I'm gonna. So I would have voted to approve, but it's denied.
Yeah, well, I would happen to agree with you, Chairman Bradley. I don't think the reason's a good cause.
All right, thank you.
Next item is 1592A, 675 Hudson Vault, LLC.
That's still me, if I could just get my other papers out. Thank you. Max Bookman again. Members, this is a no contest offer, no contest plea on one charge of failure to conform with the application. The reason it's before you as a no contest is because I was unable to convince counsel's office that their reading of our method of operation section that we had submitted is unreasonable, although with all due respect to them, I do believe their reading of our method of operation is unreasonable. The issue here is in our method of operation, which is currently approved and on file with the authority. It's one of the older forms, and it asks whether we have managers, and the answer was yes. Then the next question is names of the managers. Managers must submit PQs, and we wrote, no manager has been hired as of the date of this filing. There were no deficiencies to that, and licensing approved the application without any conditions that we supply any further information. Years later, counsel's office has now brought a charge saying that it's contrary to our method of operation to have managers. I believe that's a dispute between councils and licensing.
But did you have managers at the time?
Yes, we've always had managers, like we said.
Did you file a personal questionnaire for those managers?
No, we were never asked to. We were approved. That was not a condition of the approval, Mr. Chairman.
Whoa. But the application indicated if you were hiring managers, you must complete a personal questionnaire. You said no managers has been hired as the date of the filing, and you read that to mean that in the future you didn't have to file a personal questionnaire?
What we took that to mean was that if licensing had an issue with that, they would issue a deficiency or some condition, which they often do, some condition of approval saying you need to give us a PQ for a manager. Mr. Chairman, it's been, with respect, it's been a little inconsistent with whether managers need to file PQs or not. Your forms used to require it, now they don't. And so, we fairly
what? Yeah, my understanding at least since I've been here is that it's been pretty consistently required.
You took that off your forms, Mr. Chairman. It used to say managers must file a PQ. Now that's not on the licensing forms anymore.
That's not the violation.
Well, exactly, Mr. I think that was Mr. Donahue. The violation was that we operated.
I'm not agreeing with you.
Well, I'm agreeing with you, sir. The violation is that we failed to conform with the representation that we wouldn't hire managers, and we did represent.
I want to take that. I don't follow the logic that you're making here. So if you want to take that to hearing, you're welcome to. But you're not. You're not. So
we're not. No, we're not. We're putting it before you. But
I'll take. Well, how much you got? 1,500. What do you got? 1,500. 1,500. All right, 1,500. Now, if they have managers, I would suggest you file a personal questionnaire.
Yes, sir.
Next item is 1524, Jay's Farm LLC.
Last one for me today. This is another no contest plea, and the reason why we submitted this as a no contest was because the charges that are at issue here, if you look at your agenda sheet, you'll see that there was recently a conditional no contest where the licensee paid $7,500 civil penalty for a certain conduct. It was mostly a DJ, a trade name violations, amongst others. A few days after you members agreed to that no contest pleading, we got more charges which alleged substantially the same activity, but which from an inspection that was before in the past before our CNC that we had agreed to. So basically, it's charging us twice for what we had already.
Hold on 1 second. How did that happen? Why would the one case get done so much earlier than the other?
It may just be when the referrals came in.
No. It's an inspection. I'm assuming we were part of it.
Can I maybe
hold on, Mr.
I was going to try to help answer the question.
Don't need help.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a car, too.
Is this stuff all fixed while he's looking that up?
Yes, and it had been fixed at the time we represented to you that it had been fixed, which was in our CNC that we gave you on the other case, which was January 24th, 2019.
The item number 2 charge, that was put out long before.
The what charge?
Okay, so number 2, okay? All right, that was received, hold on for a second. This case came in, hold on for a second. So this case came in on 12/12/18, the first complaint. And then it was sent to counsel's office.
Which one?
The one that's before you right now.
How could it come at 12/12 when the charges say 12/30?
Yeah.
No, there was subsequent charges. Hold on for a second. So the complaint came in, it was investigated, then it went to counsel's office. So that's why, and then they found these charges.
I'm not following.
Okay, so a complaint came in. Case was started with a complaint. It then went to enforcement. They did an investigation.
In December of 2018.
No. Well, it came to, the report was done in February 2019.
All right, but so my question is why we just did the number 2 case in the adverse history. We did that in March of 2019. Why was that? Those were really both pending then. Why would they not be boxed together?
That pleading went out in December 2018.
Right.
Okay. Are you asking why they weren't combined for an offer?
Yeah.
Because
it's the same kind.
There was no case. There was no case to combine. The pleading was not issued until 3/14.
That's right, a few days later.
After this was resolved.
All right, Mr. Bookman, she's looking up the licensee, and it indicates on their website that they're still promoting DJs. Why is that?
They're certainly not supposed to, Mr. Chairman.
They're still having events, sir.
So I mean, these charges, I get that we probably should have put them together, but they're actually lucky based right now that I'm not canceling them.
Yeah, I understand these folks are on thin ice,
I don't know.
Mr.
You
Chairman.
guys,
Hold on, Mr. Bookman, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Do we have anything pending?
No, this is it.
I mean, I don't know how much clearer we can be. How about this? How about you bring them in 3 weeks and somebody describe to me why they're still doing DJs or I'm canceling the license. 8/20.
We could do that.
Commissioner Kent, are you good with that?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
The next item, 1561. No sports bar. Jonathan, is the interpreter there?
Yes. Yes.
What number did you say? It was 1561.
Sorry, 15. 61. I have to read that mic.
I just want to, for everybody approaching the podium, when you're moving your papers around, okay, we can't hear a damn thing. Right, so stop.
Yeah, papers moving.
Or put your papers someplace.
I moved the mic. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Don.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Patrick DeLuca. I'm here for my client, Jose Velasquez, regarding this application for the premise.
Hold on a second. Does your client need an interpreter?
Is the interpreter one of you, the interpreter?
Yes, sir. I'm doing simultaneous interpretation.
Can you make sure that you interpret everything that's said?
I will, sir.
If we need to slow down, tell us.
All right.
Go ahead.
Mr. Velasquez became aware of this premise because he was contacted by the landlord regarding asking him if he wanted to buy the building because he has another location in Brentwood that he has had licensed for 20 years without an adverse history. Mr.
Is the other location a club?
La otra modalidad es un club. El señor contestó un restaurante.
We can't hear him. He's going to have to move that mic back.
Say intro. It's a.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Dígale que es un restaurante.
Restaurant bar.
Because this is a club.
Eso es un club.
No.
DJ, recorded music, live music, karaoke, jukebox, and patrons dancing. You think that's not a club?
Está alta, entonces usted considera que con eso no es un club.
Disculpa, no entendí. Sí, el que estoy abriendo es el que me está hablando o el que tengo abierto.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I couldn't understand if the questions that you were asking me were related to the one that is open or the one that I'm going to open.
The one you're going to open.
El que usted va a abrir.
Okay, un bar.
A bar.
That looks to me like a nightclub.
Eso me parece a mí como una discoteca.
Similar.
It's similar.
Is Mr. DeLuca, is he aware of the history of this place?
Yes. El señor DeLuca está tratando el historial de ese lugar. El señor contestó que sí.
His condition on purchasing the building was that he wanted to first lease and operate the premise, and if it's not problematic, then he would consider buying the building.
That doesn't really answer my question. Is he aware of the negative history that the last premise had?
Yes, yeah.
Que este lugar tiene.
No exactamente.
No, not exactly.
We advised Mr. Velasquez that the prior premise had been canceled.
You just said you didn't.
No, I did.
Usted dijo que él no le había informado de esto y el señor dijo que sí que le informó a usted de esto.
Okay. And he was advised that we would have to come here because of
that. Y a usted se le aconsejó que teníamos que venir aquí debido a la cancelación.
Okay.
Did you advise him that it might not behoove him to open the same kind of place?
No. ¿Sería aconsejable abrir el lugar en el mismo lugar? O sea, ese tipo de negocio en el mismo lugar.
Yes.
Sí.
What are the hours? What hours is he asking for?
¿Cuál es el horario que usted está pidiendo?
De 8 a 4.
From 8 to 4.
What, 7 days a week?
7 días a la semana?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Has he done any work at the building to correct the hazardous conditions?
¿Usted ha hecho algún tipo de trabajo para tratar de corregir las condiciones peligrosas que están enfrente del edificio?
Frente del edificio, no, adentro he remodelado, pintado y he hecho algunos. O sea, nada de cambio, solamente darle una buena apariencia.
No, not on the outside, but in the inside I have remodeled. I have rebuilt, not rebuilt, but give a good appearance to the place in the inside.
And you own a restaurant on Montauk Highway too?
Usted es propietario de un restaurante en Montauk Highway también.
Correcto.
Correct.
And then you own one on Islip Avenue in Brentwood?
Usted también es propietario de uno que está en Icy Avenue
Sí.
en Brentwood. Yes.
So who's going to run all these places?
¿Quién es que va a administrar todos esos lugares?
Bueno, mi esposa estaría en uno, mi hijo.
My wife is going to be at one. My son is going to be on the other one.
En el otro.
And I'll be on the other one.
Aquí tengo un hijo de 30 años.
I have a 30 years old son.
How did you find this place?
¿Cómo usted encontró este lugar?
El landlord me contactó que quería vender la propiedad.
The landlord contacted me and told me that he wanted to sell the property.
Después le dije que primero quería abrir el negocio, después
And I told him first wanted to open the business and then considering buying it after.
Who's the landlord? What's his name?
¿Quién es el arrendador? ¿Cómo se llama?
Samuel Hernández.
Samuel Hernández.
We ready to vote?
¿Están listos para votar?
Commissioner Fan?
El comisionado Fan.
I'm going to have to vote to deny. If you come back with a different method of operation,
Un método de operación diferente.
maybe I'll consider it at that time.
Yo
With
lo-
the same operation.
Pero con el estado de operativo que eso está, se lo le niego.
Commissioner Ford?
I think
Creo que
Mr. Velasquez seems like a decent
es el
applicant.
tipo una solicitante decente,
But with the history of these premises and
pero
with
con el historial de ese lugar,
everything that he's proposing, which doesn't seem to
todo
be
lo
much
que
different
está
from what it
proponiendo
was before,
no es nada diferente de lo que estaba anteriormente.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I mean, you can
Quiero
just
votar a negar.
with some amendments here or changes if you're going to do something like that.
Puede volver de nuevo a presentar el caso haciendo ciertas enmiendas a lo que usted nos está presentando a nosotros.
But based on what's before me right now, I'm voting to deny.
Pero basado en lo que tengo enfrente de mí ahora mismo, estoy votando negándolo.
I'm voting to deny the previous license here. We canceled because it was a police focal point. It was substantially the same method of operation as this one. It's proposing, which is recorded live, DJ, jukebox, karaoke music, patron dancing. They don't even know how many security guards that they're going to have. And they want 4 a.m. closing. None of this is.
Será a las 4 a.m. y nada de esto
appropriate given the history of this place. Plus, he's got two other restaurants that his time will be spent. So as well as this. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Entonces voy a votar negando.
Dile que si me puede dar la oportunidad que yo estoy pagando renta
Can you give me the opportunity? I'm paying rent.
Y quiero yo no soy la misma administración, yo trataré de hacer lo mejor que pueda para mantener un buen historial como el mantenido con el otro negocio.
I just want you to give me the opportunity because it's not the same. It's not going to be under the same administration that it was before.
That doesn't matter. It looks on paper like it's exactly the same, and it can't be the same.
Importa, lo que sucede es que en el papel se ve como si fuera lo anterior y no puede ser igual en el papel.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I gave you some advice. You can ask for reconsideration. Think about it.
If we modify the application to remove...
Mr. DeLuca, you've been here a long time.
Señor DeLuca, usted ha estado aquí.
You know how this process works. Thank you.
¿Cómo esto funciona? Gracias.
Next item is 1559. Pueblo Meat Market Inc.
Good morning.
Hey, Jonathan, could you put one of those mics back up on the podium, please?
Yeah.
Just ask everyone to put the paperwork down on the table. Thank you.
That makes more sense.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Olaya. I'm here with my client, Mr. Perdomo. On a new AX application.
He was previously denied at this application.
He was.
And that was for being an availer?
Correct.
September.
That matter was resolved, though.
How does that? What does that mean?
Well,
it means she paid the fine.
The prior licensee resolved the scenario, and his application was denied because of his involvement.
Prior licensee.
Does he own this by himself, or does he have partners?
It's by himself.
He's paying $400,000.
He's not. It's in credit. The previous owner was the landlord as well.
So he's getting the building?
The grocery.
But he paid $400,000 for a grocery, and he doesn't own the building.
He does not own the building. No.
So what did he pay for?
It's a very reputable grocery store in Staten Island that's been there for many years, and it has a great reputation with the community, and that's what it was valued at, and that was the negotiation between the previous owner and Mr. Perdomo.
And he's paying $265,000 for goodwill.
The entire amount is in credit. One of the stipulations that
Man, you keep saying that, but I hope your client understands that when it's in credit, it means it still has to be paid
Right. It was arranged to be paid back in monthly installments.
Yeah, but those monthly installments are in addition to the rent. Well, how much is he paying in rent?
¿Cuánto paga de renta ahorita? 4,750. Correct.
So he's paying $10,000 a month.
Correct.
11,000.
Almost $11,000 a month. That's a lot of groceries.
How much of gross receipt are you making now?
¿Cuánto está recibiendo? Más o menos mensualmente en groceries. Mensualmente, más o menos, en revenue. Mensual. Sí. ¿Al mes? Yeah. Right now, they're averaging about $150,000 a month.
What's his relationship with the landlord?
¿Tienes una relación con el landlord? Nada. There's no relationship.
Well, it's his prior boss.
Right. I mean, the current, the landlord and the previous owner, he felt that this was a good opportunity for Mr. Perdomo, and he decided to pass it on to Mr. Perdomo, and they came up with the agreement, and it's been running smoothly, and it's been successful for both.
So, Mr. Perdomo,
you said you were selling alcohol under the previous license.
They were represented by a previous attorney who did not notify them, unfortunately, that was not legal. Obviously, since then, I've explained to Mr. Perdomo that wasn't allowed, and they understand that they hired the attorney and they take responsibility for that.
So Mr. Perdomo, at this point, has no other interest other than being landlord. Or
No.
Purchasee.
Purchaser, correct.
I'm not following it either. Is he being charged interest on this $400,000 loan? And what is it if he is? Because I don't see it in any of the paperwork.
There's no interest being charged on this money. It's like the previous owner understands that this is a contingency upon him getting approved. But he's also still obviously helping Mr. Perdomo understand the business, and he's like his mentor at the moment. He wanted to step away from the business, and Mr. Perdomo has had 8 years of experience running groceries, and it just worked out for both of them.
But he loaned him $400,000, and he's not charging him a dime in interest.
Not right now, sir. No.
Well, not right now, ever.
He's not charging him interest. No.
It doesn't change later on.
No va a cambiar luego que te va a cobrar interés. No, sir.
He's also getting rent from him too, right?
I don't know. I mean, I have an agreement here that was dated February 28th of 2018. And on page 2, it says that no will be paid back in monthly installments commencing 30 days after SLA approval.
Correct.
And then monthly thereafter. So obviously, whoever wrote this document and supposedly entered it in February 28, 2018, understood that this buyer needed SLA approval. I'm looking at the availing charge, and it was charged on June 19, 2018. So, can you explain what happened here? Because I can't put the two together.
Sure. The commitment came before the lease was done, and he understands that. But it was just the previous owner just helping Mr. Perdomo understand the method of operation and how the business was being ran.
So the lease is backdated or something? Because the availing happened on June of 2018, and this agreement was signed before that.
Right. The availing happened, and they were not aware that they were not allowed to do that.
I know, but the agreement says that he has to get SLA approval. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So either the lease was backdated.
No, the agreement happened before the lease was changed.
But your client just didn't come to us to apply for it?
He was not advised by the previous attorney on file to do so, and he understands that now.
He signed refers to an SLA approval.
I understand that.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes.
So, I think some details are being left out by the representative.
By who?
By the representative here.
Such as?
So I'm looking at the memo from the counsel's office on the availing charge, which was the results of what the investigator found out. The investigator went there in April 2018, and the applicant was in charge. The applicant already had the beer license, the lager license, and cigarette license were the name of the old licensee. The certificate of authority and the SNAP authorization and the food processing license were in the applicant's name already, dating back to March 2nd, 2018. The attorney for the applicant gave the investigator a bill of sale for the business between the two of them, dated February 28, 2018.
So this agreement was entered into after that.
Right, and then he filed for his license, and you see he got a temporary permit in June. And then the application was disapproved in October of 2018.
With all due respect, that he's not omitting any information. He understands when his application was previously denied. At that point, he understood what was going on, and unfortunately, the attorney on file, Mr.
some point you have to stop blaming the attorney, ma'am.
No, I totally understand that, and he hired the attorney, so at the end of the day, whatever the representation is being said on his behalf is his responsibility.
Yeah, but the information we have obviously shows that he knew to change all his other businesses into his own name. And
He did not. We're in front of you again with a new application because he wants this store. He's making it work for himself, and this is a legit business in Staten Island. Like, we're doing things right. We made sure before we submitted this application that the previous case was settled, and licensing said it was okay for us to submit a new application. The previous errors made on his behalf and the attorney are stuff that were settled, and he understands this is not allowed, and he's here to take responsibility.
I understand what you want, and you keep repeating that. That's not the point. The point, we're judging the fitness and character of the applicant. And so,
Commissioner, I understand what you're saying. I feel like he's doing things right now. It was by all means no disrespect to the state, but it's a family business. He's excited to. It's a great grocery store. It's been there for years. It's still being ran the same way. The landlord is being very cooperative with him as far as helping him run.
Hold on for a second.
What's the family business? You mean if you
No, meaning his family, his family, meaning him.
For his family members that are working at this restaurant, at this grocery store.
No, meaning this is not. I don't mean like his family's running the business. It's him running the business, but he supports his family.
Can I have 2 minutes with counsel, please?
Thank you. Again,
We're back on the record after a brief conference with council regarding item 1559.
So, have you been paying the monthly installment of $6,666?
Le está pagando al señor dinero sobre la venta ya.
Sí, pero no ha sido lo debido por respeto a que sabes delito ayudaba.
He has been paying portions of that money, but not in full, to the license.
How long has he been paying that?
¿Más o menos cuántos meses?
No,
¿Qué se puede ocupar?
unos 6, 7 meses.
About 6 months now.
And what do you mean portions of it?
He hasn't been paying the full amount. Obviously, because the revenues have not been the same without the beer licensing.
But the agreement is conditional upon him getting the license, so why would he pay any of it?
Que porque le está pagando, aunque no sé.
Can't answer.
Porque la no me ha dado
It's a rhetorical question, don't worry.
They're here to help each other. They're not. There's nothing being hidden. They again, Mr. Perdomo.
Why would we believe that?
We're coming in front of you again, Mr. Chairman, and all the information is there. I don't know.
After a year and a half, it's finally all here. You understand what I'm getting at? When they initially came before us, there was no information.
Right, but it's been 5 months since this application's been.
I get it, but now you want us to believe you all of a sudden when you lied to us previously.
It wasn't a matter of lying, Mr. Chairman. It was the attorney didn't represent them properly, and they know that.
I don't want to hear about the attorney.
I agree, and I always tell my clients the same thing. They hired him, and they understand that there's consequences to that, but I feel like it's also, this my client is doing a legit, nice business, and
All right. You're starting to frustrate me now.
Are we ready?
I don't mean to do that.
We're ready to vote.
Okay. Commissioner Fan.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
I'll vote to approve, but this is absolutely, this guy got completely poorly served by anybody that was representing him in any manner in this entire deal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
15, 48, Cast 5 Wine and Spirits, Inc. 1548.
Yes, 5.
1540.
Oh, you know, you do. Because 47, yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Charles Lynn for the applicant, and I understand there are one store that is protesting this matter.
Okay.
Leonard Fogelman is here in opposition.
Go ahead. Mr. Fogelman.
I have my client with me, Jonathan Goldstein, HJG Liquors. I was just called on this yesterday and just retained on this yesterday, so I haven't had much opportunity at all to make any presentation or get any information about the 4 closest stores that were submitted by the applicant. But I believe that my client's store is the 3rd closest store. They did not receive any letter from the Liquor Authority about this.
What's your name? What's the name of the store?
My client's store is HJG Liquors at 270 Madison Avenue, and I believe they are the 3rd closest store. Like I said, I have not had any opportunity.
We don't have them as the 3rd closest store.
I believe my client's store is approximately 1,580 feet away, and just from whatever work we could do.
That makes them the 4th closest store.
Okay. Well, if they're the 4th closest store, they should have been notified. Should they have not?
They weren't on the list that we had for the 4 closest stores. We had stores that were closer.
Okay, well, are they among the 4 closest, or was it?
You're not. You're not.
You're up on almost 40th Street.
I'm going to just pull up the...
No, he's the 5th closest. We have a list here. Go ahead. Please continue. They didn't get notified because we don't notify them. Go ahead.
Okay, so
There. We have so my main argument was that they weren't notified. Obviously, they're the 5th closest, so there was no need for you to notify them. This store, the applicant is on 5th Avenue between 36th and 35th. To the best of my knowledge, there is a store called Madison Avenue Liquors, which is 1,056 feet away, approximately at 244 Madison Avenue. There's another store at 1006 6th Avenue called Midtown Wine Cellar, which is approximately 2,100 feet away. There's another store at 60 East 34th Street, which is approximately 1,056 feet away. And again, without seeing gross sales, without seeing the list of the 4 closest, again, because I was just retained yesterday. It just seems to me, without a tremendous growth in population in this section of Midtown Manhattan, that there's no need for another liquor store. My HJG Liquors sales are considerably down since 2015. Yes, and here's another person in opposition.
My family and I run Madison
Okay, could you hold on for a second? Can you just put your name on the record, please?
My name is Sarah Raw. I wrote a letter to Mrs. Wright when we first received the letter from the SLA regarding this new application. My family and I, my mom and my sister, my mom who's 76, should be retired, but we acquired the store. My father had the store, and after he passed.
What store?
Madison Avenue Liquors on 244 Madison Avenue, which is about 2 blocks away from the.
All right, go ahead.
So we've been running the store, my sister and I, with my mom, since my dad passed about 10 years ago. The family has run the store for about 27 years. We've always had the other neighborly store, Park Avenue Liquors, which actually in 2015 moved a block closer to us. And within a 5-block radius, we have about 5 liquor stores. And there's no new residential buildings going up in that area, just new hotels. With the existing stores, one on 6th Avenue, the other one 146 West 38th Street and 60 East 34th Street. 2 of them have opened within the last 2 or 3 years. It has all diluted all of our sales. With our family business considerably, we would not be able to survive if we were not a family, and we could not pay ourselves every month. So I'm asking it respectfully to really reconsider this petition. I mean, the application, because we're just a family business, and it's already very difficult with online sales increasing, and it's just very hard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
This is a retail liquor store application for 378 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan, which is the corner of West 35th Street, across the street from West 34th Street and Fifth Avenue. With me are the principals of the applicant, Sun Kim and Xiang Yi, who are engaged couples seeking to initiate a joint financial venture as well as their future together. As far as public convenience and advantage, it will be served by licensing this applicant. As to the 4 closest stores, 2 are on Madison Avenue and 1 is on 34th Street on the east side, easterly from Madison Avenue, away from the applicant's store. The only store west of applicant is 1 store on 6th Avenue between 38th and 39th Streets. There are no liquor stores on 5th Avenue, all the way from Washington Square at 8th Street all the way up to 120th Street in Manhattan. As to gross sales, there are 3 of the 4 closest stores all reported significant increases in sales for the year 2018, from 9% to as high as 40%.
How are you getting that? Well, first of all, we didn't get sales for one of the stores.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. 161 Madison Avenue you did not get. The other stores, if you look at the 2018 increases from 2017, you will see that the closest store, Madison Liquors, the young lady that's here to oppose, their gross sales went up 9%. From 700,000 to 762,000.
Yet are still down over 110,000 from 4 years ago.
Yes, but I'd also like to point out that the other two stores that you did get gross sales. One of them has an increase of like 25% increase over the year. The other one has almost a 40% increase. So cumulative average on all those stores over 1 year, and there's a reason for that. If we look at the demographics of the area, the applicant is at the intersection of 34th Street and 5th Avenue. 5th Avenue is one of the most prestigious thoroughfares in the city. The central part of 5th Avenue, from the Flatiron Building to St. Pat's Cathedral, is known to have large concentrations of souvenir shops attracting a huge volume of tourists. 34th Street is one of the most congested and trafficked roads in the city, running the full length of the city from east to west. This intersection of 34th Street and 5th Avenue, the side of the Empire State Building, is one of the most densely populated areas of the city, with a population density of 62,260 people per square mile within a 1 mile radius of the Empire State Building. To put that in proper perspective, Long Island City has a density of 13,042 per square mile. This Midtown area is 5 times more dense than even Long Island City itself. The growth of visitors to the Empire State Building has swelled from 3.67 million visitors in 2007 to 4.2 million in 2018. It is documented that the number of hotels, which one of the individuals did mention, are 22, breaking down to 4,088 units, 120,000 guests per month, 1.4 million guests per year. I've also attached to my supplemental submission a listing of newly developing condominiums in the area, 7 completed condos since 2010, and 8 currently developing condos. As to the operation of applicant's store, applicants shall be as follows: Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 12 midnight. And Sunday, 12 noon to 9 p.m. As to the business hours of the current stores, 2 of the stores are closed on Sunday. That's Madison Avenue, who's one of the protesters here, as well as Park Avenue Wine and Liquor at 270 Madison Avenue. And all the other current stores have closing times of 7 p.m., 8 p.m., and 10 p.m. respectively. In a city that never sleeps, to have stores closing early and stores not open on weekends, Sundays, in one of the most densely populated areas and a center for tourism is almost inexplicable.
Are all those other stores open floor plans or any bulletproof?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner?
So they're all open floor plans? Yeah.
Yes, they're all open stores.
What is, other than the hours, what, if anything, are they doing differently than the other stores that are, the other 8 stores within 5 blocks?
And I'm getting into that. Sun Tai Kim has worked as a salesman for 2 years in a liquor store on 46th Street. He has taken
Can you just answer my question? I'm not worried about where, at this point, where he worked.
I'm getting to that.
I don't want you to get to it. I want you to answer the question I asked you.
The store will sell diverse quantity of domestic wines and liquors, touting New York wines to capture the enormous New York City tourist trade resulting from the Empire State Building and Fifth Avenue. The location is perfect to entice the throngs of tourists in the area who eagerly seek New York memorabilia, New York souvenirs, New York products, and New York cuisine. The dense populace of this area should also be a productive market, considering that the 4 closest stores are basically wine boutiques, where only one of the stores, Midtown Wine on 6th Avenue, offers New York products. Sung Yi, a graphic designer by trade, will display one entire window to New York wines in a temporary, aggressive, and artistic setting to attract customers and mass media attention. She will not only design the professional promotion in the window, but also have a New York tasting area set to be created at the front of the store. Such a front facade, aggressive interior design, coupled with intensive social media supporting the New York and domestic wines in this area, could be an enormously successful venture. This is not a situation where the applicant has to create a market. The market is already there, waiting to be tapped. For all these reasons, it would appear that public convenience and advantage would be served by licensing this applicant.
Are you aware of how many stores are within a 5-block radius?
Yes, I walked the area.
How many?
I walked for the 5 that were in the area. First of all, you go down the street to Madison Avenue, and Madison Avenue, take a left, and you have the 3 Madison Avenue stores. It's so an entire avenue that you walk down. In addition to that, you walk 2 blocks for one store, 3.5 blocks for the other, and the other one's all the way up on about 7 blocks away. 34th Street also I walked to. You go past Madison Avenue, excuse me, and then there's the store which is on 34th Street. But again, it's not even close to the Empire State Building where all the tourism is. Again, it's a good block and a half, 2 blocks away. The other store on 6th Avenue is on the west side, past 5th Avenue, where there are no stores at all. So you
All
have
right,
no.
so back to my question: how many are there within a 5-block radius?
Bear with me. I'll just look at my list.
Well,
I did supply that.
Is 8 about right?
I had the 5, which was 1,520 feet. That's the extent of what I had. Considering the density of population, I didn't think it was necessary to go beyond that.
All right. Okay, I'm ready.
Ready to vote? Okay.
May I add one? May I rebut a couple of things Mr. Lynn said?
No, we don't need to hear it. Thank you.
Commissioner Fan.
So, 5th Avenue, in my mind, is mostly on the east side. I hear information from the 2 stores on Madison Avenue that are both struggling with business, so their numbers are going down. I'm not so concerned with the one that's on 6th Avenue because that's probably growth coming from the west side. Mr. Lynn, I am mostly concerned not about your client's fitness. I think they're getting family money to do this venture. I imagine that they are good applicants and will run a good liquor store. I, however, think that there's no public convenience in putting a liquor store about 5 doors down from the entrance of the Empire State Building, where lots and lots of school kids visit every single day, and there are school buses lined. I know that block intimately, and there are school buses lined up there and tour buses lined up there for families to visit the Empire State Building. And so I believe there's a reason why there is no liquor store on 5th Avenue, perhaps similar to the reason why there is no subway on 5th Avenue. So I actually don't think there's public convenience at this location, but I look forward to your client's application elsewhere. And with that, I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford. The closest stores obviously has numbers that are going down, but the next 2 seem to be going up. We don't have another one, but you're going to have 800 square feet of retail space, so I would vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. We issued a license on November of 2015. That was 0.4 miles away. There are literally 4 stores surrounding this location that are all 0.4 miles away, or approximately 0.4. And within an 8-block radius, I believe that number may double. And I don't agree that the tourism on Fifth Avenue is an attraction for a liquor store. I tend to be a tourist periodically, and I'm not walking in and out of liquor stores when I am. Now, that whole area of Fifth Avenue is tourist central, as we all know, and that probably is why there's no liquor store there, because nobody's going to go there that's a resident to go through the pedestrian traffic on Fifth Avenue if they live in that area. I try to stay away from it every time I'm down there for that exact reason. So I'm going to vote to deny. I just don't. I see absolutely no public convenience and advantage to putting a liquor store at this location. I think your clients are good candidates and they need another location. Thank you.
Is Mr. Palillo there yet?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Sounds like Mr. Palillo. All right. 1503, Brown Sugar Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Is your client there?
Nope, it's just me.
Okay, someone signed in for it.
We don't need the client. All right. Dismiss 1 and 2.
Dismiss. Yeah, you can sit back down now.
Thank you. Thank you for the direction.
1504, Bahia Bar and Restaurant Corp.
Repeat that. No one's coming up.
1504, it's Bahia, Bahia Bar and Restaurant Corp. In Port Jeff.
Anybody there?
No.
Do it anyway. Cancel and bond, I'll accept.
Cancel and bond.
1592G, 225 47th Street, LLC.
Martin Mailer Musemi, my client just went downstairs for a moment. He had to put the more money into the meter. Can I take the next one?
Sure.
All right, the next one is 1576, 1577, Gary Cole.
All right, my client is here. Martin Mailer Musemi again. This is a conditional contest. My reasons were stated in my letter. If you want me to elaborate, I will. But it's what I said in the letter.
Wait, 1576
and 7.
And my client is here as well. Gary Cole is here.
You know, I was unclear about this. What's the certificate of occupancy? Is it 75? Is it 104? Is it 105? What is it?
No. Okay, there's an upstairs and a downstairs. And the upstairs is 75 and the downstairs is 104?
No, the upstairs is 60.
He's here. Good.
The upstairs is 60.
and the downstairs is 104.
So why are you having such a problem keeping the right amount of people in the place?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, if we were allowed to speak about this, in terms of a hearing, we'd be saying one thing. I don't want to say he didn't do it because then we'd be getting into a factual situation. But the police have been counting people outside, inside. Again, we apologize if there's an appearance that there was overcrowding, but he has taken tremendous steps with security and clickers and everything else to ensure that that will not occur again.
Well, I'll counter at 30. I mean, what are you at? 35, then she's at 40. I mean, this is completely on the border of being out of hand. And if anything else comes, I would not waste your time sending a CNC. So it's 30, unless Commissioner Ford wants to go to 40. We're at 35.
Yeah, I'll agree with 35.
35.
All right, thank you. I don't know, I have to talk to my client, but we'll get back to you.
Yeah, you'll get a letter.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that's it.
Is your other client back yet?
No, but I also have.
I know. 1506.
One second. Tom.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Do we still need the Spanish interpreter?
The one we just used?
Yeah, before.
No, just in one case.
All right. Thank you.
1506. Lorraine's Bar and Grill, Inc.
Dismiss 1 through 4.
Dismiss 1 through 4.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you. My partner also has cases, so when my client comes back up, I'll inform the commission. Okay. Thank you.
Wait. You have another one with Lorraine's Bar and Grill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
1584 and 85. Lorraine's Bar and Grill, Inc. Well, actually, this is a CNC submitted by the licensee. I think you signed in for it.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I only signed in for the hearing, but I'll stand up for her anyway.
Yeah, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 1508, Main Grand Court.
Francis Buscemi, mailer, and Buscemi for the licensee.
Dismiss charge 1.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
I see, I believe it's on this one, that they're operating under, I looked at the sheet, I think it says they're operating under SAPA.
Yes.
Is it possible to have that removed?
Yeah, it's going to be removed. They'll get renewed now. Or file the renewal.
As long as there's nothing else
pending. I don't know pending.
There's one other case that I received a decision from the ALJ, but I don't think it's before you yet. And we'll charge.
It's probably still going to run this Saturday.
How many? What are the charges on that?
I don't have them in front of me. All charges were dismissed.
Oh, then take them all. So tell them to file the renewal anyway, while that's waiting. We'll still
It's fine. The renewal is fine.
All right, so the renewal will go through.
All right. Thank you.
1556, Fantastic Restaurant and Lounge Court.
This is an offer for the record of cancellation. There's a prior cancellation and bond on it.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record. Cancel for the record.
$1588, $89, and $90. AP Court.
Again, this is a CNC of cancellation and bond.
It's withdraw charge 5 in the first proceeding, and I'll accept.
Cancel and bond. Okay.
Accept.
Next item, 1498. $14.99. Add Restaurants Group, Inc.
Yes, this is a CNC offer of a $10,000 civil penalty. I've had a lengthy discussion with the licensee. I believe that I'm confident he's in compliance, and he will remain in compliance with regard to his method of operation.
It's not even a year old yet.
Yeah.
3 months.
I went back and watched the video, and it was certainly pitched as a high-end Italian restaurant. So
Yeah, no, I mean, I read this, Mr. Buscemi, and I got mad reading it.
I did too.
Because this guy clearly came in and told us exactly what we wanted to hear, and he went out the door the next day and did whatever the heck he wanted to do. So I'll give him one more chance, but that's it. Do we have anything pending? On this?
Again, I can assure you that I had a lengthy discussions exactly how things had to be conducted and how methods of operation have to be complied with.
I understand you know that. I don't believe for a second that he doesn't know that.
Well,
we had a lengthy discussion with him when he got the license.
He lied to us.
That's the way I look at it. He lied right to our faces.
And
one
he's
matter
lucky he didn't get the sell the minor charge, because that would have been.
That was scheduled for a hearing.
I think
He's got another charge pending.
I think that's I think the ALJ dismissed that, but I haven't received the actual decision yet.
All right. Well, I'll take 15,000 here, not the 10.
Yeah. 15,000.
And I think 15,000.
Yeah, I should cancel him because I'm pretty angry.
Counter offer 15.
I appreciate the counteroffer. Again, I don't have authority, but I believe that will be acceptable under the circumstances. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, you can let us know.
Yes.
Is Mr. Mailer's client back yet from?
Yes.
Did he get a ticket?
No. All right, may I?
All right, we're going to recall 1592G, 225 47th Street, LLC.
This is Martin Mailer again of Mailer Buscemi. This is an application for a nightclub. It was previously licensed. I believe that license was canceled. My client has nothing to do with the previous licensee. As a matter of fact, he has a history of law enforcement. He's retired as of 1996. Since that time, he has owned licensed establishments in Connecticut. He has other businesses. And we went in front. I don't know what the community board did. I never received anything from them. I don't know if you received any notice at all.
We did. They
The
don't.
community board is saying the licensee applicant hasn't supplied anything to them.
They wanted you to come back for a security plan, and they never heard from you again. And the police department backs them up with that.
I know personally, and I don't. You can't see it, and I don't have it with me anyway. That I emailed that community board about 3 months ago with the detailed plan that we showed you, and they never responded to me. And if you need to see that, obviously I can't show it to you now, but I can certainly send it to you. We have tried to comply. If I may explain what happened at that community board. I walked up. This is a premises that is a nightclub. It will feature, at least 40% of it will feature bikini-clad dancers. The other 60% will be a typical nightclub. But what happened to me that night, what happened to my client that night, was something that I had not experienced before. As soon as I got up, people from the audience kept saying to me that I'm completely immoral for representing a club of this type. When I tried to explain to them there are things like the First Amendment in this country, that fell on deaf ears. We orally explained the security plan. When we explained the security plan, they came back with, "Well, are you going to conduct rectal searches?" And I said, "What?" And they said, "Well, it's a known fact that that they'll bring drugs and other paraphernalia through their rear ends." I said, "Are we for real here?" I explained to them that this place was not going to open until 11 o'clock at night. It's in a completely commercial area. And they said that, well, we have mosques 8 or 9 blocks away where children might
Well, I mean, and I'm not defending the community board because I'm probably the last person that would do that. But you have to. I'm sure if your client's not aware that you're aware of the history here. This isn't just the previous licensee was canceled, but the licensee before that was canceled.
No,
This place has been an absolute scourge on this neighborhood for probably a decade.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to debate anything that took place prior to my client. My client.
I get that, but you can understand the level of vitriol they would have towards this location because
I would understand legitimate questions, but I'm saying what happened that night was beyond the pale. But what I'm also trying to say is that we did put in a very detailed plan. It's the same plan that we showed to you in the statement that was submitted. It was sent to them by email. I never received anything back from them in terms of wanting to see us again. I can show you that email. I mean, I understood that night what they wanted. I gave them what they wanted. They never asked to see us again.
Well, having read this application and seen what has existed here twice before, I don't see how this place is any different. And in my view, the operations of the previous licensees were a big part of the problem.
But that's the point. This gentleman, I would not come before you unless I thought I had a representative who knew how to handle potential problems within a premises. I'm not going to sugarcoat what happened before this. I'm telling you that I have a former police official. He has in place now a security company that is licensed, insured, former police officers themselves. I gave you a detailed plan of anywhere between 12 and 16 security guards there at any given evening. I also explained to you that there'll be a presence outside to ensure that people don't linger. I've also explained that we would coordinate, if necessary, we would get Ubers, taxis, and valet service to just get the people out of the area in a proper manner. I understand the potential.
Have you made that clear to the community board and the police department?
We made it very. If you want, he can speak. He can address that. He went to the police department personally and explained what he was going to do there. Like I said, we started explaining it to the community board, but I was interrupted with rectal exams, so it became an absolute farce after a while. They didn't want to hear it. All they kept saying was that no, nothing is ever going to go back in there again. And they understood that it was a completely commercial area. They understood that this is not within 500 feet of it. I think there's one of the premises within 500 feet of this place. But that this place was zoned, it was given a PA of a use group 12 of a cabaret. That's its only use in terms of what the space can be used for. And the ills of other owners should not fall on this gentleman. This gentleman.
That's not at all what we're saying. What I was saying is, and the police have sent us a letter that we received yesterday, basically agreeing with my view, is that this place, because of its size and because of their lack of resources and because of what has occurred here with that number of people leaving an establishment at 4 a.m, that it's a strain on their resources, and it's just not appropriate for this neighborhood, which is why the reaction you got from the community board was the way it was.
Well, Mr. Chairman, obviously, if you license this place, he'd be on a very, very, very short lease. He understands that. He wants to prove to you that
guys as well that had licenses to this place. What I'm saying to you is that the police is uncomfortable with this, and that I was already uncomfortable with this, and they made me more uncomfortable.
Well, can I suggest then that could we reduce the size if that's what troubles you?
I think if anything, you need to go back to the community board and go to the police department and get their buy-in, because with objections from them, I'm not going to vote for this. There's no way. There's not, at this point, really nothing we can negotiate.
So,
and I think we need to wait for the outcome of the trial of the ongoing matter in Massachusetts for your client to see if that becomes an issue.
So
I think
can we put it over then? Is that because we'll go back to I'll go back to the community board. At least I'll show them what I sent to them 3 months ago, and I don't see anything.
Mr. Miller, I honestly don't want to waste your time or my time, and I don't think you can convince them, but two, it doesn't matter because I don't think that, given what is presented here, that I would ever vote for this. Your client lives in New Haven, Connecticut. He has multiple businesses, other businesses, that operate during the daytime, and he indicates that he's going to work this place as well.
Right. This place won't. I'm sorry.
I can't. The former two licensees who couldn't handle the place were there at all hours.
Mr. Chairman,
it wasn't enough.
It's only going to be open from Thursday through the weekend, through Sunday. He's going to have an apartment here. His other businesses are run by management.
All we're doing is putting the same type of business that has not worked on 2 separate occasions back in there. If he wants to open something else there that is a little more appropriate and possibly a little more controllable, I'd be happy to do that. But I'm going to vote to deny this.
Can we at least send it back so that we can, because it's my understanding, and he can explain this, he went to the police department. To him, anyway, they didn't represent that no one could go in there.
No one here is saying no one can go in there. The police department has indicated to me that something this size is problematic for them because of the strain on the resources and because of the outpouring of public opposition to this thing.
Well, if I may, like I suggested, if I came back and said that we would reduce the size of the place in terms of the people that can come in.
What though? We're at, this place is over 400. What are you going to reduce it to? 75?
It's got a 640 person capacity.
No, I know. Okay, so what? I can't speak to how many people right now, but let me go back to the.
You can go back to the community board. I'm voting to deny. You can certainly ask for reconsideration if you have more information coming forward. Assuming that they're voting to deny too. I don't know what they're doing.
I'm going to deny.
I'm going to deny as well.
Thank you.
I just see it being the same thing as before.
Next item, 1540. Wine and Liquor LLC.
Can I take 3 minutes?
We're going to take a brief pause in the proceedings.
We off?